Alright, okay, something new for today. Bringing massive value in all types of ways. So gotta give thanks every time. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for health. Give thanks for everything. Even if it seems like it's not the right thing at the right time. Because Jah controls everything. We can't control how things go. We just gotta go with the flow. So that's what I'm coming through to do. Something new. Just started up. New business yesterday, Fiboprana. Gonna continue, pick up where I left off. And yeah. That's about that. So getting back to where it is. Getting the folder open for the right biz. Alright. Open up Claude. See where we left off. Just wondering where we left off yesterday. Do you have any record of any tasks that still needed to be done? Want to pick up from where I left off. Making sure the stream is good. As far as I see, it's the place to be. Stream is on. Yep, there's a handful from session 1. That's right, I gotta get that stuff off of ConvertKit. Like that'll be the first one I need to do. Okay, so I should start a new, thinking this is the old context from yesterday. Oh, it's only at 4%, so I'm good. Help me get this stuff off of ConvertKit. Also, too, I'm going to run it by you, and let me know what you think. Maybe I just need to go with something new. Maybe this was like, something that I was doing before that doesn't really align with where the direction is now. And also take a note that when all this other stuff is done that you have on the list that is more important, that I want to make some changes to the landing page. That would be awesome. Kit API key you can reuse. I don't think I gave him it already, so. No, it did not have API connection. But if that would be easier, which I think it would. And I also want to look into more about like using loops. I've been doing some research on like how to make my projects better with loops. And I'm gonna see if I can find a use case for, see if I can run a loop and try it out. Run a task over and over. And while I walk on by. One of the landing pages. Took all that time last year just to figure out ConvertKit. Claude Code is so much easier. Remember, ConvertKit was very confusing. Their landing pages and forms were just strange. Welcome to the chat, Sarah 3D. Doing good, how about you? Working on something new, feeling energized, feeling good to go. Welcome to the show. All right, so these landing pages and forms on the right spot. Today I'm working on the human operating system, Fiboprana. Just started building this business live yesterday. Any specific questions, feel free. Comments, whatever it might be. All right, landing pages and forms. Open the form incentive. What is this project about? It's about optimizing humans. It's about alignment. It's about regulation. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. It's about, I need to get an elevator pitch for this one. Basically, Fiboprana, the name. So the first part of it is Fibonacci sequence, which is like a mathematical equation that is in nature, like pine cones, seashells, the universe, the galaxy. Very ancient equation. And prana is like ancient understanding of energy. So, you know, modern life has got a lot of people drained of this energy, this life energy. Got a lot of people, you know, sitting at desks, behind screens, not in tune with the elements. And
mean, health problems have been on the incline. You know, people aren't really feeling like themselves. You know, everybody's tracking their health, tracking their calories, tracking their heart rate, stuff like that on their watch and everything like that. But, you know, there's a lot more to it than that. Ancient people understood this very well. And I really don't see too much of this understanding. Like, you know, tech is advancing, but in a way, I'm trying to use the new technology to tap into the ancient systems that people have been using for thousands of years. So it's all about consciousness and health. Welcome to the chat. I'm not Millsy. Well, if you're not Millsy, then I don't know what to call you, but respect every time. Hope you're doing good. Got the 07. Not sure what that means, but hey, either way. All right, so yes, I would have to say it's a serious thing. I would have to say you're understanding it correctly, and hopefully it provides a lot of value to a lot of people, helps a lot of people. That is my intention. And I'm sure that intention will get more specific over time, but for right about now, just on the market research phase, doing the marketing, seeing where the whole thing is going to be going. But it's I feel like it's the right time for this. The world needs it, and the technology has advanced. The world is ready. I see it. All right, so looking at the old landing page for this on ConvertKit, I got to go to landing pages and forms. In the form, send it, download the file. I think I'll just take a screenshot. That's just the landing page. I also need the actual form itself. Sequence copy, that's right. Welcome sequence copy kit, automated sequences. Okay. Send sequences. I don't see anywhere to download it though. ConvertKit is always changing. It is not intuitive. I'd be happy to not have to use this anymore. Okay. So I haven't used ConvertKit in a while, but it's just like I remember it being very not intuitive and very difficult to just like download something or find something. So as far as the first page, I'm going to give you a screenshot.
is just showing basically the landing page, but it's not giving me anywhere to download the lead magnet. So I don't see like an option to find the lead magnet there. And I found the sequences under send, and I don't see anywhere to download like the entire sequence, so I think I'm just gonna have to copy and paste each one of them. So that's what I'm gonna do, and then after that we can walk through and try to find the actual lead magnet. Why do I rest, but I still feel tired? Sometimes. Today, I rested pretty well. But that was a lot of the market research when I was originally setting this up. Most people, like, they don't really understand. But that was like the main symptom that they pretty much were like reporting. Wired and tired. In the modern times. But energy follows balance. So when I'm looking at this old stuff, I think it's gonna be mostly changed anyway, so it's not a big deal that I get go through the extra trouble to find the lead magnet. I think I just should create a new one anyway. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Claude is always coming through with the max effort and the X high effort. Definitely noticing the benefits. And once I get all this set up, I want to find a way to get some loops and some workflows cooked into this project. See how to really get the like harness for this set up correctly. You know, sometimes I work on the harness before I even like start building out the foundation, but I think I've learned over time that it's better to kind of do the main scaffolding and get the foundation of the project down, and then I have a better idea, and Claude can find a better idea of how to build out the harness so the rest of the project flows better. So when I first heard of loops, I thought it was like the same thing basically as tasks. And then I looked into it and I was like, well, loops your computer has to be on, and tasks it doesn't. So then why is loops an upgrade? And it seems like a lot of these new features are just like different variations of cron jobs, which is like, from what I understand, it's existed for a very long time. And it's just like different ways to do it. So it's like nothing new, it's just like a slight variation of a cron job. But this one, I'm starting to understand it better for loops. Anything where you'd be typing the same prompt over and over. Does the repeating for you. Loop is the difference between you babysitting AI and AI working on its own. Set it once and it keeps going. The code tells the real story. Yes, it does. Go ahead and update the welcome email to the new E1 copy. Also, I agree. Keep the 2 emails that you think would work, and then we can just change the rest, because this was created I don't know, maybe like 6 months ago, and I think the product is, you know, still changing. So while this isn't like set in stone yet, like I'm still kind of figuring out what's going to work. I think this should be more updated to like the direction that the product is going now. And I think the old lead magnet wasn't doing that. I think that was kind of something else. So basically, let's create a new lead magnet. Let's get a whole new idea for a new lead magnet that would align with this product better. And I get it. The app has not been created yet, but I'm gonna create like a basic version of it soon, and then when I do, we can just alter this sequence and maybe even the lead magnet to go with the app. But based on what you know right now about the app and what it's gonna be like, we'll design everything as far as the welcome sequence and the lead magnet on that. So let me know if you have any questions. More questions, the better, the more clarity. And you go from there. And then I never have to go on ConvertKit again. Man. It used to be so easy. It used to be so easy to do the email marketing stuff. Like, I remember like 5 years ago, it was like every different company gave you really generous free tier. It's just like sign in. It was super intuitive, and just within the past like year or two, everything changed. And it was like, even the main one, like MailChimp, it was just like, they would all of them would still advertise they had a free tier that you could get, you know, like maybe 1,000 subscribers before you had to pay. But then like you would set it up, and they would make it super unintuitive to set it up, so it was like super difficult. And then even if you could get it set up, they would make it so like you couldn't have a sequence, or you couldn't have a landing page unless you actually got an account. So it would be like all this, like, it was like they designed it so it was like you had to invest a ton of time figuring out how to set it up, where it used to like only take like 5 or 10 minutes. And then after you finally got it set up, then you realize that like you couldn't do what you wanted to do unless you had to pay for a subscription. And I remember trying like 3 or 4 different providers, and it was all the same thing. Like all of them were like that. And then ConvertKit was like kind of the best I found at the time. That was the most inclusive, but it was still like, you know, way too much, because like a lot of people, when they're first setting up their business, when they're first setting up like landing pages, lead magnets, and like email sequences, email lists, usually they don't have an email list that they're going to transfer over, and usually it takes a while to get those like first subscribers. Like, you know, you get more momentum over time, but I mean, the way it's set up now is like, if you want to use like one of these major players for the lead or the email marketing, they're going to charge you at least like $20 a month, when you might only have like 1 or 2 subscribers, or maybe 10 subscribers for like your first year. I mean, so now that we got vibe coding, we got resend and a few other options, and there's no like confusing UI to navigate through. Just wire it right up with Claude Code and tell it what you want to do. Claude can operate with the API right through resend, and to help you get a super specific lead magnet and welcome sequence. Set up the that's another thing I just remembered I got to do. I also got to set up the weekly subscription based email. Now the fun part, a new lead magnet. Definitely going with the missing layer starter kit. Another thing I wanted to try is artifacts. If I understand this correctly, artifacts would basically be like kind of like update on like whatever I'd want it to be. In this case, it'd be like where I'm at in this process of setting everything up for the marketing. So what I think I might do is just have it create an artifact that I can reference, so I don't have to keep reminding it, like, you know, what's the next step. And the artifact should look good too. Visually appealing. And just gotta create it, I think. I want to try this out. I like hearing about all the new features. Everything sounds good to me. There's a few small things, but I think it doesn't matter right now because, you know, this is still being figured out, but this is really good for the start. We'll go with your design and the brand kit that you want to create right now. You kind of basically explained it to me, and that sounds good to me for right now. Usually I would look at the design after, you know, the foundation is built and get that locked in better. But what you have right now is fine with me. And just an idea I had right now, you know, sounds like you're mainly wondering about, do people need like a ring or a watch? And that shouldn't be necessary. If they don't have that, they should be able to just like log into the app or the website and then, you know, track it through there. But it would probably be helpful in the future if they did have the ring or the watch or some other, you know, who knows how many different devices there are now. But basically, we can get into that more later. I just want to keep moving and keep creating this foundational stuff, and take a note that I don't know what the best way to do it, but as we change things later throughout the project, that it should reflect on how this this sequence and lead magnet and landing page are set up, so that like you would remind me that when major changes that align with this stuff are made, that this stuff should be changed to reflect that. So if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we can move on to generate the PDF. I feel like I need to get a solution to all these plastic water bottles. If I want to drink spring water, it's hard to find it outside the plastic bottles. And I was just thinking, like, I should just dig a hole in my yard and make a well. Should call the city first and ask them. I heard that if I just keep digging, that I can find well water. So I know with workflows, I need to, I think there was some kind of like API that I needed for that. And sounds like with this loop, I don't need any kind of external like hookup at all. I can just say /loop, tell it what needs to be done, tell it the time, like every, 10 minutes. Take that one example. For the AST parsing, loop 10 minutes, run abstract syntax tree linter checks. Okay, so for that, like if that's looping and running every 10 minutes, help me understand. I don't need to hook up anything else to do it. That's all I need to do is give it that command, and it'll just do it in the project that I give it the command to. And does it just do that while I'm like, my computer's on, I got the project open? Or does it do it 24/7? And do I need to have a terminal open for that to run that's separate from everything else? Does it just run in the background, and would it like disturb anything else? If like files are being written to that it's checking, like could there be any issue there? Help me understand this stuff. No external hookup required at all. Don't need APIs, webhooks, Zapier, or pay subscription bridge. Only runs while the computer's on, awake, and the session is active. Okay. But every loop has a built-in 3-day lifespan, so you'd have to remember to do that every 3 days. Alright, this is done. Okay, so I'm not even going to bother with converting that stuff over from ConvertKit. I am glad to be done using ConvertKit. And for the next stuff, walk me through on verifying the resend sending domain so that we're 100% sure that we got the right domain. And then hopefully you can test it after we get it in to make sure it's right. I know
maybe I just didn't tell you that we did test it because I think we might have tested it last night and I sent myself an email and it went through. Not 100% sure that that was the actual resend sending domain. So walk me through this and then we can go from there. Sir Jobby D, how do you be? I would have to say everything is going on. Everything is good. What's got me looking like the thinker? I was in deep thought, deep contemplation. Because I thought Claude was asking me to do something and I thought I already did it. And I was like, wait, didn't I do that yesterday? But no big deal, you know. Just some brain exercise. And I guess it's time to change the music because the music stopped. How about you, Jobby? How you doing? I know you're having the issue of waiting for your usage to reset. I've got the exact opposite problem. I'm trying to find more ways to use tokens before my usage resets. And went through some projects today and was like just asking Claude like what are some cases I can use Ultra Mode and spin up as many agents as possible just to use tokens. And it was pretty cool about it. I feel like in the past it would try to tell me like, oh, you shouldn't do that unless you actually need to. But no, it found really good use cases and got through a little bit more usage, but I feel like it'd be helpful if you know, if I had Fable, then I would be using more tokens. But I think I'll find ways around it. That's what I thought. This is already further along than the handoff thought. The inspector confirms it is verified. That's what I thought. All 3 DNS records. Yep. Hit your 100% mid-work. Had to pay to create a baton. Cost you $10 credit. That's not so bad. Using Codex right now. And I don't use Codex that much, but I've never gone over the usage for Codex. So from what I understand, they maybe even have better. I don't know if it's they have more usage than Claude or if using Codex just costs less tokens. But I was reading about artifacts today. /artifacts with Claude. And I'm going to try that. See what it does. How did I get that? Hello at Fiboprana.com. Oh, because it's through the website. Okay, I was thinking that was the Google business, but I haven't set that up yet. Welcome to the chat, Diego. App I'm launching today. Not launching any app today. I just started working on this new business and the app that goes with it. It's called Fiboprana. And essentially, I've still got the landing page up, so I'll just show that. See how your mind and body move together. Fiboprana, it's like Fibonacci sequence, mathematic equation for nature, for life, ancient math. This guy Fibonacci, some Italian guy, claims that he named it after himself and claims he discovered it, but it was actually, I think, like ancient Indians or like Indians, like maybe 1,000 years before he came along already had figured this out, and he just like, you know, rediscovered it and named it after himself. But anyway, then prana is like ancient understanding of energy. You know, a lot of people today drinking all the caffeine, eating all the sugar. There's it's all about mind and body moving together. A lot of people are tracking all these health metrics, but there's like a hidden link. So this is exploring that. Hopefully it will provide a lot of value to a lot of people. It's like a human operating system, you know, maximizing mind and body. So I think there's a lot of potential here, but we will see. Thank you. I definitely will keep building. This is, I'm addicted. I can't stop building. Can't stop creating. I feel like if I did, I would be so bored. Well, not all the time, but most of the time. But anyways, good to have you in the chat. If you're not new, welcome back. But either way, respect every time. So Javi's talking about close to switching to cursor, but not fond of going full API per what you were told. And I've been thinking about switching back to cursor, but I think I'm gonna wait a little bit and see. You know, it sounds like I'm guessing there's gonna be a lot of changes. So I'll wait and see what these changes are instead of like getting on it now and then having like, you know, a new change every week or something like that. But it's good to know that I did use cursor for a couple months, so I kind of remember the basic of it. But it sounds like there's a lot more to it now. Let's write the music. Let's see. What's it gonna be? Thinking about trying out a new channel, new station. All right. They forced you to change. Here goes some jams. Time to cook. I got it. Sending domain test.
The test went straight to my inbox. I do want you to commit everything from this session so far. And I don't really understand the DMARC. So let me know what you need from me, and we can hook up that DMARC. And then we can do the other. It sounds like there's still some more emails that need to be created, so I can do the process of creating those with you. Take it one step at a time. Javi's saying Codex designed so badly, and I did not find it to be much better than Claude. I think it sounds like Claude got a lot better. A lot of people were telling me that that Codex used to be better, but now from what I've seen, it's really not. Maybe it was like when I gave it the same task as Claude, it maybe made it like 5% better. But the one thing that I think Codex is better at is the images. But even then, you can just like get the image from Codex and then give a screenshot to Claude, which is what I've done before, and that works just fine. But the one thing I understand too is using Codex in the desktop app. It can take screenshots better of like the project you're working on. Where I think Claude doesn't really do a screenshot, it's just like, you know, more just looks at the code and then gets like a kind of like a big picture of like what it thinks it would look like based on the code, if I understand it correctly. Codex feels like a half-blind dolphin. That definitely sounds like AI analogy. I do not know what a half-blind dolphin might look like. I've definitely had dolphins come up to me when I was surfing before, and that's about the only contact I've had with them, once or twice. But other than that, I do not know too much about dolphins. And spoiled by Claude, definitely. I think I keep hearing like this, maybe this Kimmy is better than Claude now, but I'm just so used to using Claude, and like the more I use it, the better I know it. So if I were to switch to another agent, then that learning process would be just like slowing me down until I learn the other one. And even using Codex, it just feels like I don't know, maybe like a weaker version of Claude. Like it's Claude explain. I think Claude is better for learning too. Claude explains the process better that it's doing. And like when I read Claude while it's cooking, it helps me understand things a lot better than using Codex. Claude with the right prompt took your site and did something amazing. I can testify to that. I would have to say I have a lot of love for Claude myself. I remember when I only used GPT, and then GPT just started like it got an overhaul, and it must have been an update. But it just started acting totally differently. And then one of my friends was like, dude, GPT is whack. You gotta check out Claude. And that was history. Now I barely use GPT. If it weren't for the images, I'd probably barely use it at all. Just keep hitting the limits. And I think it's not a bad problem. That means you're using it a lot. Whereas like I could have probably stuck with the 5x max plan.
if it wasn't for Fable. But I thought I was gonna, like, I had a whole plan of everything I was gonna do with Fable, so I upgraded, and now I'm struggling to get enough use out of it. But at least I can test out a bunch of stuff while I'm have this extra usage. So even with optimized prompts, you do use it 20 hours a day. Wow. Maybe more. I wish. I think I wish that I did not have to sleep 8 hours as a human being. I wish there was a way around that. And I keep hearing how, like, the advanced yogis meditate all the time, so they only need to sleep like 2 hours a night, but I mean, that's because they meditate like 10 hours a day. And if you're like meditating that much, then that's basically like doing for your brain what the same thing as sleep is doing. But then, I mean, you can't really, like, well, I guess you could like use Claude and then meditate while it's cooking, but that wouldn't be the same thing. Plot twist on D-Mark. I already have it. Nothing I need to do. Sometimes nothing is the best thing to do. Just like the last thing. It's set up correctly. Good news, already drafted all 4. How the drip goes out, like the wave. I need some songs with no lyrics. Some channels are better than others, but just can't read and stay focused that well with the lyrics. This looks good to me right now, so let's move on.
I want you to take the device neutral tweak. And also, this was something that I noticed on the landing page too. You're talking about nothing tracks the other half, your interstate, your practice. So I think that's too vague. It was talking about that on the landing page, saying your practice, and I think that's gonna really like throw a lot of people off. They don't really understand what that is. You know, I think what you mean is like a meditative practice or any kind of like practice of like ancient, you know, that would like enhance your mind. But I think there's got to be a better way to say that that's more specific, and that I think would be that just everyday people could understand. So let me know what you think. Give me some options on this one. I do like option 2, but I'm going to say go with option 1 because I think option 2 is too limited. It's just saying meditation and breath work, but I think there's a lot more to that than this. And I think as I'm building the project out more, then you will understand that better. So for right now, leave it more open, not so definitive. So go with option 1 and then make the changes. I don't really like that music.
Oh, that pango, what make you galant so?
What make that music galant so? I don't know. But it's not really giving me the kind of flow that I want. So, switch it up. Something that I resonate with better. That vibes with any kind of weather. While I'm writing these email introduction letters. Down here in Babylon.
Se me afeno, why you feel along so? Oh, that pango, ya se me afeno, why you feel along so?
Ooh.
Yes, please fix the line from the PDF. And then I'm looking at email 4. And everything looks good except for the word woo. When I hear that, I just think of Wu-Tang Clan. I don't understand what woo means. I think it means like weird. But I'm not, I think that's what you're trying to convey, but I'm not sure. That's just like a strange word to me. So I'd like to find a like different variation for that word. Also, it says ancient practice, breath, stillness, qigong. There's a lot more to it than that, but I want to keep it like, for now, I just want to keep it like ancient practices, or like, you know, things people have been doing for thousands of years. Just something along that line. And then it just keeps people's minds open to like a lot of possibilities and doesn't define it. So, I don't know what clinical cosplay is either. I would say explain that to me and then maybe I would use it, but just because I'm not sure, like, I don't want to use it. So if you can like find like a way to explain that better using maybe more like a terminology that I think more people would understand, let me know. Other than that, everything looks good to me, so let's make those changes. Let me know what your suggestion is. For thousands of years. Woo, short for woo woo. Wu-Tang Clan coming at you. Like, I do not know what woo means. It's like, oh, it's short for woo woo. Stuff with no grounding, crystals, energy healing. Okay. Astrology is fact. Claude knew what Wu-Tang was, though. I like the grounded, no nonsense replacement of woo. And I like practices people have leaned on for thousands of years. And clinical cosplay, I like not pretending to be a doctor. Make the changes to the landing page as well. And I think that covers all the questions you had. If not, let me know. Otherwise, we can move on to E5. Looking back at the chat, does it know POP? Wait. Yes, you know me. That made me think of OPP. But maybe this is something different. Does it know POP? I'm not sure what POP is, but I should ask Claude if it's down with OPP. Yeah, you know me. Or maybe that was actually I gotta look that up. Was that POP or OPP? That naughty by nature. That's what you meant. Okay. Taking it back. The old New York rap. Well, I recognized it right away, even though it was even though the P and the O were in the wrong place, and I haven't even heard that song in maybe 20 years, and it still came right to my mind. So you know that's some good music when it can stay in my mental library like that, filed away, and just come right back up just like that. Then that's got me thinking of Onyx. Remember Onyx? They were like that same time period. Capone and Noriega. And everything looks good to me. Let's commit all of this and push. And then let me know what I need to do to set everything up as a resend broadcast. And help me understand this, because from what I understand, broadcast means like weekly email, and this was like more of a welcome sequence. So shouldn't the broadcast be like something that is, you know, sent out to everybody, but the sequence, like, everybody just gets it like for the first couple emails they get, and then the broadcast is like a weekly thing that everybody gets that's more like up to date? Help me understand this better. Down with OPP. I don't remember what OPP means though. I gotta look that up. I feel like other people something. OPP meaning. Oh. Wait. I think there might be different meanings for this, because... yeah, there's a bunch of weird meanings about this one. And it's not... it's not ops. It's not original poster. OPP meaning from the song. Yeah. Other people's property. Oh, okay. I understand now. I had no idea. Oh, that makes sense. Resend doesn't have a sequence feature, so it has to be broad. Okay. Oh, they didn't, but now they do. And Claude didn't know that. So good thing I said that, because now it understands, so it can do it the right way. Sometimes I'm smarter than Claude, and I'm like, man, that's crazy. I definitely know my marketing, though. But I don't understand, if Claude has the API for resend, then why would I have to manually do it? I want to do A. Are you sure that you cannot contact resend through the API and set this up yourself? If not, that's fine. Just, you know, walk me through what to do. I guess you kind of already did. Also, let me know for the future with, what do you call it, with broadcast. Can I just do that through this project, or do I need to actually like open up resend and then put the broadcast in and send it through resend? Help me know the solution. Yeah, at least the broadcast are API controllable.
Victory, victory. Victory, victory.
Failed deployment.
Hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory. Oh, yes, you will see. Victory, victory, victory. The bigger the struggle, with double the trouble will go down in history. History, history. Oh, yes. Girl, I saw you the other night, stayed in my head for days. When I came back to the dance the next time, girl, you were away. Girl, you were away. Wanna see you the next day. Now I wanna see you again. Be more than friends, that would be a delight. Don't wanna scare you away. Give me a chance. I don't wanna give you a fright. Nah. hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory. Oh, yes, you will see. Victory, victory, victory. The bigger the struggle, with double the trouble will go down in history. History, history. Oh, yes.
I'm going to choose path A for the welcome sequence. Just walk me through what I need to do. As far as the newsletter, I don't really understand that. I think you're saying that you have an API so that you can send out the newsletter. It would be a lot easier if I just had the newsletter sent out through this, you know, this dashboard or this project as part of like the whole marketing flow. And it just takes, you know, that extra step of going into resend. If it's not necessary, I don't want to have to do it. So we will get this this initial sequence set up, and then I would like to do one broadcast just to the existing subscribers, letting them know, like, you know, they haven't got a broadcast in a while, letting them know that this project's like at a new level, and we can figure that out after we get done with the initial sequence part. So walk me through what to do, and it'd probably be easier, I don't know if you can provide that each one of those emails in the sequence, so I don't have to like scroll all the way up and then scroll back down to reference the instructions. But whatever you think is best, let me know.
Looking at the chat. Welcome in Black Bag Software. I'm making Fiboprana. Show you the landing page. This is a new business. Just started it yesterday. See how your mind and body move together. You know, everybody's tracking their everybody's trying to track their health. They're tracking their heart rate, their exercise, their standing, all kinds of things. But people are not seeing, that what ancient people understood from a long time ago, that the mind and the body are connected. So, need a way to track them both and align them. Basically, Fiboprana is a mix of Fibonacci sequence, mathematical equation for life. Prana is like ancient understanding of energy. I'm just working in Resend right now, setting up the email welcome sequence. No doubt. I feel like this is going to provide a lot of value to a lot of people. Welcome back to the chat, Unlinked 2. It's going pretty good. How about you? Glad to see you back. Another day, another flow. Listening to the music as I go. Okay, so I put in 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good to hear that you're good. Good to hear that you're coding. I'd have to say the work is going pretty good. I'm making a lot of progress. Almost done getting this whole email stuff squared off. Getting the welcome sequence done. Then I'm gonna try making sure test out a newsletter type email. And then I can move on to the next task. And I want to try also, Claude has a new feature called Artifacts. I wanted to test it out once I'm done with this email stuff. Looking at the chat. I won't believe it. Claude just reset everyone's weekly usage. Let me check this out. Due to a bug they had earlier that caused issues. Well, they didn't reset mine, but even if they did, mine automatically resets in less than 24 hours anyway, so it would have been nice if they would have done that tomorrow, but I don't see mine. But for you, yeah, you're at 90. You said you went over 100%. No more half-blind dolphin. There you go. Those dolphin noises, man. Can get it so when I hit 100%, it warns me with a dolphin noise. Let me know if yours is reset, because mine definitely isn't. But if you just got the email, then I wouldn't be surprised if it just hasn't taken effect yet. But I'm guessing everybody has a different day that there's resets for the weekly. And I'm guessing that's what it means, is like it's going to reset the weekly usage. Which, yours got reset. Interesting. But mine doesn't really matter because it's going to get reset tomorrow anyway. And doesn't look like I'm going to hit my limit. Trying to figure out this resend thing though. It's like use AI. Maybe it'd be easier if I just did it manually. Welcome sequence. Contact added audience. Trigger picket. Alright, I got all the emails in right for template, but now I'm trying to do the automations and it's not at all like you're saying it should be. It's giving me the option to create with AI or a custom event. I tried both of them. They're both very not intuitive on how to set it up, and I'm really stumped here on, it looks like create with AI is the easier way, and it's kind of like giving me access to the templates that I just set up, but it's not labeling them, so I can't really tell which one is which, so it's like super weird like that. Anyways, let me know what you think about how to go through this. If you need to, I'm probably going to have to end up sending you screenshots because this is something that I thought would be super easy and it's just not set up very intuitively. It's always like that last thing when I feel like I'm almost done with the task and I want to move on to the next thing, and then I just run into some kind of weird like glitch like this. But hey, at least got the good news, got reset. Staying stoked. Stoked. The original surfer style language. There we go. Eddie would go. I think that's the saying. Eddie would go. I gotta look up that one too. Yeah, that is it. Eddie would go. Eddie, A-I-K-A-U. Surfing icon. Famous phrase, Eddie would go, which signifies his unmatched courage in the face of massive waves. That man was a warrior for real. People said, man, those waves are way too big. It's like, Eddie would go. It's like, yup. Create with AI is a gimmick. Okay, at least it understands though. Custom event is the real manual builder. Huh. And it's going to be changed anyway, so... See, that's what I was saying to do from the first place. Claude, come on. I guess it can't be right all the time. I will definitely take your recommendation and do Path B. Sounds much better to me. And, you know, the main thing is that this is not set in stone. These will change over time. And the main thing I want to know is if you do it your way with Path B with the code, can we still get the analytics? Because that's going to be major to tell, you know, like the headlines. Are people opening up the emails? And then when I add links later, are people clicking the links? So I just want to make sure that you have the ability to see some kind of analytics, at least the ones that matter. But even if not, let's just go with B anyway for right now. And then when I get more subscribers, then it would make more sense if I have to do it a different way. Here we go. Eddie would go. Stoked, bro. Eddie would go. Looking back at the chat. Got to be careful with analytics because in some US states and countries you can only do that with consent too. Interesting. I think that would be California in the United States and Europe. I did hear they have like new rules, but within the last like 6 months I've set up like several different email sequences with analytics, and there hasn't been any kind of like warning about that, but thank you for letting me know. I'm going to definitely, next thing I do when Claude's done incubating, I'm gonna let it know about that, make sure it verifies that. I don't know if there's any way how it can tell like where it's sending it to, but I think I've heard about that, and it's like Europe and California. Fines go up to 10% of annual revenue in the EU. Wow, that is I mean, I get it. I get why they do it, but I think that's kind of overboard just for analytics, like just to be able to tell if someone opened the email or if they I wonder why they set it up like that. I mean, I think I understood why they originally set it up, because it was more of like a spamming thing. But then, like, to take it to that level, like, that just doesn't make sense to me. But they probably just had to be, like, it was probably more difficult to enforce the law if it was, like, specific things about analytics. They probably just had to be make it, like, all analytics. Personally identifiable information in general. That makes sense. So, like, any email, you'd have their email address and then probably their name too. But I mean, that's why I think there's like opt-in, like you're giving them the option to, you know, provide you with that information. But that's the law, you know. That is the law. Gotta make sure that I follow it. I definitely don't want any fines like that. And I mean, you know, if you're sending out more than 10 emails at 10%, that can quickly get over 100%. Earth people, New York to California. Just thinking of all these old school New York rap. Cool Keith, Dr. Octagon, aka Dr. Doom, aka Black Elvis. I can't even remember the other ones. That was some good music. Earth people, New York to California. Earth people, I was born on Jupiter. awesome. Path B keeps the analytics. You just got to make sure that it's legal. Two hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Alright, I added that cron secret and just a bunch of random numbers behind it in the environment variables. But I did notice that I got an email from Vercel and it's saying the deployment failed. And it looks like I'm looking at the deployment log. And the last deployment from 51 minutes ago, status, error state. I'm going to take a screenshot and I'm going to send it to you. We can try and figure out why this deployment failed. This is a new one for me. Also, I wasn't able to get the entire screen, but if you need more of the message, let me know. Yes, it was. The last 4 deployments did not go through, but now it did. Fixed build. There we go. 1 minute ago. Awesome. The deployment has flipped green. And one thing I wanted to bring up, from what I understand in, I think it's California, and then in Europe, there's like specific things about like collecting analytics on emails and other regulations about like email marketing. I know that a lot of these email marketing platforms have built-in guidelines to fit those regulations. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of this and that you're doing the right thing in terms of these regulations. keep the open tracking on with disclosure. And it sounds like to me that, you know, I should just transfer this stuff over to resend later when it's more locked in. But for right now, we can just send it through here. And make sure you keep these notes that this is something that I need to stay compliant with in the future. And that it sounds like if you agree to keeping the note that this should be migrated over to resend at some point to follow all the regulations if you think that's necessary. See if my usage got reset now. Maybe it just took a minute. No. Not I. No email either. Yes, let's do the re-engagement broadcast. Give thanks every time. More abundance. Yes, we run this. Boss of bosses. I run AI. AI doesn't run I. You gotta be your own boss in this time. Only boss I have is God, the universe, Most High. No one can tell I how to think, how to speak my truth, how to live my life. So just giving thanks for life, health, and strength. And the ability to provide value through vibe coding, agenic orchestration. Coming back consistently almost every day with no hesitation, getting right to it. Got to pursue it, the vision and mission. Every day like a holiday, and it just keeps getting better. No matter the weather, just keep on building and automating. In due time, building out the systems.
Yes, sir. Flip me over and burn me, doctor. Push within the fire.
Oh man, this is one that. This looks good as is to me. I would have to say fire it now unless you think there's like a massive strategy to sending it tomorrow morning. I guess you're saying it barely matters. Yeah, just send it now. I approve it. Let me know if the harness blocks you. That was another thing too. I wanted to work on the harness for this project, but we'll think about that after this is all done. let's get this lead magnet taken care of. Let me know what you need from me. So I've got another terminal going that's working on stuff in the project, and I wanted to understand architects better. From what I understand, it's a new slash command, and basically, like, it just sounds like it gives a kind of like a report based on what you want. Like, if I wanted to show a report on, you know, how far I am with this project and like what needs to be done in the future, and it could give it like in a way that's kind of like visually nice, like, maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but help me understand architects and what their use are, especially for this project. And make sure that you understand there's another terminal that's working and making changes. So if that's gonna, like, I don't think it would, but if that's a problem for you to do this task while that other task is going, then let me know. That's not what I wanted. Alright, I just checked the PDF. It looks good to me. No need to send that out to the existing subscribers. Just make sure it's wired into E1. And go ahead and make the landing page changes that we queued after the important stuff. Let me know if you have any questions. Welcome to the queue and mind the gap. It's all about public transportation. No, not architects, artifacts. Not architects. It should be /artifacts. No architects here. Ah, artifacts. It's a different thing. Different ting. Oh, it's a Claude AI feature. Whoa. Not bad. This is pretty cool. I'm gonna have to do this more often. That is cool. Artifacts. If you don't know, you're about to know. So, let's see. I gotta switch it to the right. So check this out, Javi. I heard about a new feature called Artifacts. And essentially, I thought it was with Claude Code. And I asked Claude Code about it. And Claude Code was saying, no, it's with the Claude, the desktop app. But it said, well, I can just do it anyway. So Claude Code can do it, even though it's through the desktop app. And basically, like, it's like, it gives you like a visual aid for the project that you're working on. Make this window easier to see. So right here, like, artifact of this repo that I got up right now, this project, the marketing system for Fiboprana. And it's showing me, session 2 of the build, like everything about this. So like originally what I heard of, this architect thing was like, people were like, yes, I use this for my team. Each time I'm working on a project, I just send this to them at the beginning of the day and it gives them like a better idea of where we're at as a team. But I also use it for my own self, and I was like, that sounds cool, I gotta check this out. And this is way cooler than I thought, because like, I was just thinking, like, what have we got done? What do I still got to do? And I kind of think that I'd say at least once a day when I'm in a project. And when I ask Claude, I feel like, that takes a little bit of time, and it's just not as like easy to understand. So this is like way easier for me to understand. It's telling me overall build progress. I don't think that's right, because that's just based off of what it knows. There's definitely more to build than that. Well, this is cool. I'm gonna do this more often. Build progress by area. So that cron drip, okay. So now I know all the things that I've not gone through. Queued up next. This is cool. I'll just let you know, it's just called Artifacts. Artifacts. And when I first told Claude about it, Claude thought I was saying architect. And it was like, no, we don't have /architect command. And then I asked about /artifacts, and it was like, no, I don't have that. That's on the web thing. So I just had to tell it, like, make an artifact. So the prompt is basically like, just make an artifact about the project, everything that's been done and what I still need to do, and just overall snapshot of where the project is right now. You're very welcome.
Yes, that sounds like a good thing if you agree to tune for the harness. And also, take a look at where the harness stands right now. And if there's anything else you think that might be good to add to the harness, just to make this project like run smoother as it gets bigger and as I keep working on it. Or anything at all. Any advice you might have at all for the way this harness is now and how to make it better.
Stop. Wow. Stop. Wow. Cool and calm and lazy. Stop. Wow. Stop. Wow. Stop. Wow. Listen, I'm gonna leave it in. Stop. Wow. Free Africa. Stop. Wow. Stop. Wow. Stop. Wow. Stop. Wow. Stop. Wow. Free Africa. No more war.
The music got me bopping, nodding my head. Yes, it does. I want to look more into Claude. Can be hooked up now to like music generator programs. And I've tried out music generator programs in the past, but they were like really technical. It sounds like Claude makes it way less technical. And I can even make my own music for the stream. I was thinking about trying that. But not a very high priority task. Want to get the Google has their own too. That's awesome. I gotta check that one out. I want to get the agents going. That's like I've just like done all the research on, not all of it, but a lot of research on agents and like use cases, and I feel like I understand it so well, and I just need to get the SOP down good, and then I'd like attach an agent to it. But just one thing at a time, automate and innovate. Get the system down, hand it off to an agent. Get the next system down, hand it off to an agent.
Spellbound way back beyond. Do you understand my man? Spellbound, yes, I'm still around. My mind is a clown. Spellbound, yes, I'm still around. My mind is a clown. Spellbound after all this time. No, I never frown. Spellbound, yes, I'm still around. My mind is a clown. Spellbound after all this time. No, I never frown.
Looking at the chat, Codex must have seen that you were about to leave to Claude and stepped up the game. It's cooking like Emerald. Bam. Welcome to the chat. Embro, respect every time. When is Fable coming in? Let me see. I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna guess 2 to 3 weeks. I think they're gonna call it something else. I don't think they're gonna bring it back as Fable 5. I think they're gonna call it something else, and I think it's gonna be too difficult for them to bring back Fable 5 and only make everybody verify that they're a US citizen. I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna call it something else, and it's gonna have like the majority of what Fable 5 had. And then they're just gonna like be really careful in the future and wait for a competitor to bring out an update that covered what got them shut down, and then they'll launch it. But I think that tech is going to advance no matter what. I think that if they don't release the same features, someone else will do it, and then they'll do it again. Oh, Polymarket's even taking bets on it. July 1st. That would actually be about 2 to 3 weeks. 75% chance per Polymarket. Interesting. GPT 5.6. I bet you that's going to be on the level of Fable 5 too. So if I worked with Anthropic, I would definitely be taking bets on Polymarket right now, or placing bets on Polymarket. GPT 5.6 definitely coming soon, maybe called GPT 6. Let's do that test, as long as it's easy. And can you just send the test to the test email that you already have on file? And then I can just check it manually and let you know. Otherwise, let me know what you think. Music's too loud. Thanks for letting me know. I hear it the same volume no matter what, so I have to adjust it. Let me know if it's still too loud. I turned it down like maybe 30%. Awesome. Saying you got into JLL as SWE1. I'm gonna have to Google that one. I do
do not understand that terminology. Let's see. Commercial real estate? American Real Estate Services Company, headquartered in Chicago. Oh, JLL software engineer. That is awesome. Software engineer 1. Okay. That is cool. Well, let me know how it goes. That sounds like a very interesting job. I'm guessing you have previous experience as a software engineer, or maybe even if not, you've probably got a degree, some kind of degree. I've been talking to people who are who do software engineering professionally, and just trying to understand like how things have changed since like vibe coding, or since like, you know, agentic coding has came out. And sounds like it sounds like it's different depending on the company, but for the most part it sounds like they're implementing AI coding pretty quickly. Cursor is dominating at JLL. Okay. So you're fresher from India. Not sure what fresher means. Maybe like freshman. Fresh in the market probably. The pay is kind of okay-ish, like around $13,000 a year. So that must be India, because what I was just seeing is that the American locations is like starting at like $70,000 a year. Freshly graduated, okay. Still, congratulations. That is awesome. And I'm not sure what from what I understand, the exchange rates, the cost of living in India, $13,000 is probably pretty close to like $70,000 in the United States. United States is I don't know if you guys have inflation bad in India, but cost of living in the United States over the past like, man, probably like 5 or 6 years has gone up more than any other time in my lifetime. So even like in America, if you're living in like New York or LA,
Chicago's not as bad. But New York or LA, I mean, if you're not rich, like, you're gonna be living poor. And even most cities in America, like, people are like working all the time now. From what I understand, India is not does not have like as strict of a work culture as United States, and people aren't like required to spend as much of their life working as in the United States. People are required to. They're not required to, but kind of like expected, I feel like. And I mean, I myself, you know, usually I'm working a lot. Like, I like to, like, as long as I'm working on something that, like, is, like, my business stuff, I enjoy doing it. But it's been nice to be in business, because I've definitely taken, like, many times, I've taken, like, months off at a time and just, like, gone out in nature and just, like, refreshed, and that is major. And most people can't do that. In America, it's like you only get like 1 week off a year, which is crazy. In Europe, you get like at least a month off a year. But that is awesome either way. Definitely awesome. Alright, so I guess that would make sense that I'm not able to see the welcome emails because, right, they fire on a 2, 4, 7, 10-day timer, so... So, I already got the E1, I believe. But, take a note to, like, to have me check on that later, too. It seems like it's working, because I got the, it says, like, I'm already got the email, but just because of the timer, I can't really tell right now. So just take a note of that to check in on that. Other than that, let me know where we're at as far as like what you see as the next tasks that make the most sense, is like ranked from highest priority to lowest priority.
So, before I start on this other stuff, I was going to see, I got some extra usage, so I was wondering if you think there's any use case for using Ultra Mode for this project. Let me know what you think. Let's see if I can burn up some tokens instead of waste them. Yes, I was kind of like debating, like maybe I shouldn't tell Claude that I want to burn up some tokens because that doesn't benefit Claude very much. But we'll see what it says. Yes, I hope it is Ultra Code time. Codex on fast mode. Okay. That must be like their equivalent to like a max effort, I'm guessing. Or no, because like max effort takes longer. So maybe fast mode is like the Ultra Code. I gotta look that up, I guess. What is fast mode for Codex? Oh, it's like max effort, alright. Yes, this project is unusually well suited to it. Ultra Mode Agent Mode earns its tokens on breath and verification. Fast mode just goes faster. Ultra does multi-agents. Well, looks like I get to do it. I just turned the effort on to Ultra Code, and I want you to do number 1. And I know we already did that number 1 before, but this looks like it's way more inclusive. Like it looks like it's covering more bases than the earlier research we did, which sounds good to me. I think the more research, the better. And I guess just verify that with me that, you know, this is just a more extensive research than we did before. And maybe even like have a focus on like, you know, where this project is going to be most likely headed in the future. If that makes sense. Or like different options of where it could be headed in the future, maybe. So I'm seeing in the chat, Codex doesn't use multi-agents unless you tell it to. And I'm not used to Codex that much. If there's like slash commands, or if you just have to tell it like this, like, you know, I don't even have, sometimes I've realized I don't have to do the slash command for alter code. Sometimes I can just tell it use alter code and it'll do it automatically. But it sounds like Codex is different. Sometimes it does cool UI on the screen. Definitely. The cool UI comment is the alter code on Codex. On Claude, yep. Yeah. I'll be back. Yes, almost 500,000 tokens in just a few minutes. And I feel like it burns the most tokens at the beginning. But I think I'm going to do that workflows and get a better idea of what it's doing. Okay, so yeah, it looks like I can burn through a good amount of tokens then. Thinking about doing a video for artifacts. I want to make a YouTube video about artifacts in Claude Code. I just had to generate an artifact, and I think it's really cool. Basically, it showed me like where I'm at so far in this new project I just started, like what was done and what still needs to be done. Kind of like a snapshot, but it's like put together really cool visually, and it put it on HTML for me to see it. So I want you to give me a YouTube script and just have like basically like a hook and then an outline that I'll ad-lib most of the stuff. So on the outline, just start by explaining what artifacts are, and then how people use them. Anything else meaningful you can think of. And then I'll end it by showing like the artifact I created and talking about the value of it. But just make this to be roughly like a 10 to 15 minute video script, and make sure the hook is good. All right. Welcome to the chat, Bloop. Oh, Aramane with Nacho. Yeah. I knew that was you right away, bro. How's it going? How's Nacho doing? Got the deep research. Got the ultra mode going. Running up tokens. About to record this video. Video. Bro, you gotta start building live. Start building live, and I'll give you the strategy. See, I'm doing this live stream, and I'm about to record a YouTube video in the stream, and in my marketing dashboard I can just give it the URL and give it the time frame that I recorded the video, and it'll automatically like edit the video and help me process it. So here we go. All right. Give thanks every time. All right, okay. Something new for today, bringing you massive value, as I would say, in all types of ways. So today, I'm going to talk about the artifacts. So I learned about a new feature in Claude. It's called artifacts. And essentially, if you're a developer, a founder, or a freelancer, I want you to think about how much time you wasted this week or any time you're trying to explain to someone else what you've already built and where you're going. You finish a coding session, or even a work session, whatever it might be. It doesn't even have to be coding now, just Claude Code. You can use it for all types of things. So now you got to open up Slack, write a long markdown message, or hop on a 20-minute Zoom call just to say, here's what I did, here's what's broken, here's what we need to code tomorrow. So it's pure friction. It kills the momentum. But watch this. Look at my screen. I'm about to show you something. This is an artifact. So basically, I found out about artifacts. I asked Claude to create an artifact. Claude told me that artifacts is only a command through the Claude Code desktop app. So I use Claude Code in the terminal. There's a lot of reasons for that. Basically, I had to tell Claude Code just to create the artifact, and it did it no problem. It was super quick. And one of the main things that I was like really frustrated with Claude was it'll give me random updates of like, you know, here's what we've done so far, here's what we still have to do, and just the time to read it and like, you know,
the strain on my eyes from reading all these updates all the time, I had to tell Claude, like, stop doing that. So now I've got this artifact feature, and I can just basically tell it to create an artifact every time I want a snapshot of where we are and where we're going to go. And this is way better visually than just reading the text off the Claude terminal. It put it in HTML, so I can just open it up just like a regular browser. And I think this is really how I'm going to start probably start end to end all my sessions now, so my brain can just get a better visual aid of what's going on. So I didn't design this dashboard. I didn't write this HTML. I didn't manually format these progress trackers. This is a live Claude Code artifact. It completely changes how humans interact with terminal AI. While I was building my backend database tables inside my terminal, Claude Code compiled my Git history, tracked my open tasks, analyzed my codebase architecture, and generated a private live web link that updates itself in real time as I code. So in this video, I'm going to show you why the smartest developers are abandoning Markdown completely. So Markdown files are just like, a bunch of text. I'm going to show you how to use Claude Code to build interactive throwaway dashboards and how you can use this exact feature to save hours of project management time every single week. Let's dive in. So the problem with the old AI chat, basically AI gave you a cold wall of text or code blocks. You had to copy it, paste it into VS Code or the browser, however you used to use it, however you currently use it, launch the server just to see it. So an artifact is like a standalone web page that Claude Code publishes directly from the terminal session to a private secure URL. And Anthropic engineers are using HTML instead of Markdown for AI plans now. Markdown is fine for a 20-line checklist, but for, once you get over a couple hundred lines of code, Markdowns become painful walls of text. HTML gives the AI denser information layouts. It can use tabs, CSS visual styling, tables, custom colors, and navigation buttons. So this was like the most basic format that I had to do, but if I wanted to, I could give it way more instructions on how to make a better format. So I'm going to tell you how people are unleashing this feature now as I speak. So in the past, people used, GitHub text descriptions, but now Claude can build this HTML page with annotated code diffs and system charts. So I didn't really have many charts done here, but I can tell in the future as I make more of these artifacts, I'll know what things I want to have charts applied for, graphs, whatever makes more sense. And, I'm a one-person solo entrepreneur right now, but I'm seeing massive value to this. Like when I do start to hire a team, hire freelancers, however I do it, this is going to be a perfect way that I don't have to explain everything. Every day I can just get one of these printed out. I can have Claude create a new artifact and I can just hand it off to my team. Another use case is if you're doing a test and something breaks and you want to understand what's wrong, Claude can scan the terminal logs and compile a beautiful visual timeline of exactly what file caused the crash. So, you could just take a screenshot of that and save it every time something happens, and that'll give you a better visual history of what's going on. And these terminal artifacts are private by default and restricted securely to your team organization. They can't leak to the public internet unless you do that yourself. All right, so I'm going to show you what I'm working with this first artifact. Essentially, I've got the new business that I just started, Fiboprana, and this is the marketing system. So I'm starting with the marketing. Marketing is very important. You got to do all the market research before you actually start building a project, whatever it's going to be, or service, a business. You want to make sure that you understand target market, everything like that. So that's what I'm doing with this marketing system, and just started this yesterday. This is the second business of my challenge from $0 to $1 million, vibe coding live. And you can check it out on YouTube and Twitch. I'm going on almost every day and showing my progress of building these businesses and these business systems. So right now it's showing the overall progress. And this is just the steps that I've laid out and the plan I've laid out. So one of the first things you always want to do is, do a plan. Plan MD is what I did. This is based off the Plan MD where we're at so far, just getting everything set up. So I'm about halfway through, and it's going to let me know, how many commits there are. One of the main steps was setting up the email address with the marketing and giving me a roadmap. Market research is done. Audience intel is in progress. Email is near done. Now I got the campaigns, the analytics, and the agents. So those are the major steps. And I could probably have it break it down into like sub steps within these, but this is giving me a very good idea. So I don't have to keep asking Claude, okay, what's next? Okay, what have we already done? That's how I used to do it in the past. And that not only is really boring, but it takes time every time for Claude to generate those responses. So it's showing me build progress by area, and it's breaking it down much better. So I can really see like where the bottlenecks are, where things are getting not working. Like even though I'm done with some tasks, there's stuff that I need to go back and make sure it's working correctly over time. So this status detail is pretty nice. It basically shows me what's shipped, what's queued. It's kind of the same thing as before, but it's basically like giving me a different visual way to look at it. The in repo build versus the external kind of breaks it down a little bit differently, lets my brain kind of understand things in a different way. Risks and watch items, this is very important. Things that I need to remember to check. I can just take a screenshot of this, or, if I just leave my computer on, when I come back next time, I don't have to ask Claude. I can just go and look at this and I know exactly where I'm going to get started. So basically, this is one of the first artifacts I've created. It took about 5 minutes for Claude to create this, and this was basically at the end of my session today. So 2 sessions, I've already done all this with this Fiboprana business. Fiboprana is a play on 2 words, Fibonacci sequence, which is essentially mathematical equation of life. It explains like seashells, the galaxy, pine cones, a lot of things in nature. It's an ancient understanding, ancient mathematical equation. Prana is like an ancient understanding of energy. So this is going to be a very interesting business that I think will provide a lot of value to a lot of people. And in the past, something like this would have taken like, almost like a half a day to a day to compile in something like Notion. But I got this done in like 5 minutes. And I mean, really, I only spent like 5 seconds just telling Claude to create it. And Claude spent about 5 minutes just creating it. So, this is a real mindset shift. Turns you from a worker trying to manually coordinate data into a sovereign executive who lets the machine generate its own executive summaries. No more status update meetings. Imagine sending this link to a client or a stakeholder. They can keep the browser tab open, refresh it, and see the velocity of the work, of the business, of the progress in real time without ever typing a status report. So, if you want to know more about this, feel free. Any comments or questions? What kind of interactive artifacts would you want to try building first? And make sure to, whatever you do, go ahead and hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm coming through with new information steady.
And I would have to say that's it for this video. Hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to tell you. There we go. I got 27 to 33 agents almost done. This is awesome. That's crazy. I just saw Nacho pop up on the thing and I was like, wait. I was like, oh, Era Main. Like, that is the man. That is the era. Good to see the OGs here. All right, well, let me see. Yes, it is. Time to get it. It's about that time. It's in the process of being got. Getting my weight up. Way up. Stay up. Jobby's talking about coffee time. Oh man, I can't drink the coffee at night anymore. Will not sleep too well. I used to be able to drink coffee like any time of day. No matter what people would say. People used to tell me, like, you're not supposed to be drinking coffee past 10 a.m. I'd be like, why? Like, why not? Sleep is for girls. Yes. But you know, gotta keep my mind fresh. Gotta avoid the burnout.
33 out of 34 agents. Stop showing me how many tokens though. Wants me to add up all the tokens on my own? No way. Still, that was only like, so far it's been like 5% of my weekly rate limit. Am I using Claude Code? Yes, sir. This is Claude Code right here. Using it in the VS Code terminal. I don't know if you heard about Cursor. I think SpaceX just bought out Cursor. And Cursor is basically like a fork of this VS Code. VS Code is free, but Cursor you gotta pay. And I would recommend, I can even use Codex in here too. So like check this out. I've got Codex, like I can tell Claude use Codex for like an audit or something. That's what I usually use it for. But I've also got this chat window. So I can just hit Codex and then I can just give a prompt and then it's Codex is going to be accessing this same code base, the same project that's open. So I could tell Codex like check, there's nothing, everything's been pushed right now, but the source control would show like everything that's not pushed yet. And that's usually how I do an audit. I would tell Codex like check the git source, find everything that we've been working on just now in this session, do an audit, a focused audit based on that stuff. Give me the results, and then I'll take the results and I'll just copy it and I'll send it right back to Claude in this terminal. And like I can even have multiple terminals like open up with Claude to like work on different things. And Claude will like do all the fixes for the audit. But the main thing is like Codex is like a different model and it picks up on stuff that Claude misses. And Javi's saying it says escape back on the bottom. So it must be done. Nope, it's not done yet. Oh, escape back, and then that'll probably show me the total. I'm gonna try that real quick. Yeah, there we go. 1.6 million tokens, not 1.7. All right. Doesn't it just take you back to the thread? And yes, it does. And it shows me the main thing is it shows me the actual like the total tokens. Because for some reason when I had that open, it just showed me like each individual agent and how much tokens they were burning. No doubt. Welcome to the chat, MacSK. Hope you're doing good today or tonight, whatever it is, where you're at. Javi's saying that's 10% of what you have used year to date so far. Going on all cylinders. In the high power, in the high gear. Making the internet all over again. That would be a good prompt. Hey Claude, I want you to clone the internet for me. I want to burn up all my tokens. So I'm going to change it on Ultra Code and spin up 1,000 agents and burn and recreate the internet. recreate the internet and put a picture of my face on every website. And then next time I have company over and they ask to use the computer, I will send them to that URL and tell them it's the regular internet. That would be a good prompt. There we go. Call you Max. All right. Oh, that is like a new way to spell Max, for real. Good to hear you're doing good. It's a good morning where you're at. Do I have any tips on where to get started? You want to make a game in Unity and C language. You have the game concepts done. You just need to learn coding. I think the best thing you can do is get started. Start making, think about how you can break the game down into like, maybe like the simplest function of the game you can think of. And, if you're going to do any research about learning coding, learn about the basics of whatever language that you want to learn. Just ask AI, I want to learn the basics of these languages, and then learn the basics of developing best practices, developing architecture, file structure. And I mean, you could probably just spend an hour a day for like a week doing that. But I would say don't even wait to get started building. Do that in the background and just think of like the most simple feature that you can think of in the game. Have it build that out and just vibe with it. Like, okay, well, this looks right, but this looks wrong. Try to make this better. And then just start building like one simple feature, like one day at a time. And then after, you get the hang of it, and after you feel like you understand what it's doing, try building another feature. Just build like one more feature on top of the one feature you built. And then you're adding like two different features. So then that's going to be like, a little bit more difficult. But I think what you'll find is if you try to make the whole game at once, there's going to be a ton of bugs. But if you make it like one step at a time, and then you vibe and you find any problems with it, it's like the foundation is right, then everything on top of that is going to be more correct, if that makes sense. All right. Respect every time. You're welcome. I fired my aura ring. It tells me I'm never enough.
But I'm thinking that's it for today. That Ultra Code run took about a half an hour. But you know, I got a lot done today. Hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to say and do. I'm always coming through with something new. Subscribe if you haven't already, because I will be through with new information steady. And you know, giving thanks for life and the flow and nature and health and strength and abundance every time. So don't have to worry or stress your mind, because you know that just doing the right thing, karma will come back to you. And everything you do, just give thanks. I'm out.